Welcome everyone. Hopefully everybody's had a good weekend. I know SCG Baltimore was this weekend, and so were a few other prominent events. I think there was one in Canada, I believe. That shout out to Leedies, by the way, who finished second place with a new list. When I say new, I mean it's funny. There's been like a couple iterations of this list now in the last week. Um, this is what I posted on Saturday night to my Discord and to my Patreon. But there was a version with Glimpse of Nature, with I think 3 copies, and then we shaved on a few of the cards, like the Fourth Visionary, moving the collectibles to the sideboard, and there's something else. Oh, and then we cut Heritage Druid as well. This is the list I 5-0'd last night with, and it felt very good. Quick backstory on, quick summary on how I arrived there, but I'll quickly post the tweet from last night. So, for those of you who tuned into my stream um, for those of you who tuned into my stream in this past week, I streamed twice. I guess 3 times you include last Sunday. So Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Uh, Sunday I had 1 copy of Fiend Artisan. Tuesday I had with Romario. Tuesday I had Curanon, and I had 3 copies of Fiend Artisan, and then I went up to 4 copies on Thursday. I think the card is. Hey, Answer Key Gaming, how's it going? I think the card is very good and potentially. I know this is gonna sound blasphemous for Euthalia, stands out there. Potentially the best 2 drop in Legacy in this shell, because it turns out when your deck is already solid and has a bunch of 1 drops and green fetch lands. Hey Jacob, how's it going? Um, you don't really need to build around Feed Artisan. It just kind of like does its thing, right? And obviously, like having the printing of Grit's Endurance helps, but and you can like, and the other thing that's I think really important is the mana of Gaia's Cradle that you can just like power out, either a very strong 3 drop or a game ender in Cradle Hoof, right? I can't read with. Sure. Let's do that. I think the other stuff you already know, Jacob. So I'll just do this. Yeah, for sure. Also, how I got into this was because I wanted a strong 2 drop in the for Green Sun Zenith, because it just felt like getting a Visionary in these tempo matchups wasn't enough. Like obviously in a grindier matchup where the opponent isn't like pressuring us, I think it's fine. But like I wanted something to turn the corner quickly to stabilize against some of these Delver decks or like Moonstompy decks, right? And turns out Fiend Artisan is very good against both, right? Like they can't really kill Fiend Artisan after some number of turns, and then against Moonstompy, it's just it locks up the ground for you, right? Um, I'll talk a little bit about the how I arrived here. Oh, like I said, I went from 1 copy from my showcase last week to 3 to 4, and on Thursday I had 4 copies, but then I also had 3 copies of Glimpse of Nature. Um, it turns out there is some awkwardness with Glimpse of Nature and Fiend Artisan and Natural Order of the deck. Namely, they're all kind of mana hungry, and yeah, I know that's been the topic of discussion in my Discord, where they're like, it's gonna be really painful, like because this is like less and less the core of the PT Berlin shell that people hold dear to their heart, right? Yeah, cutting glimpse, in my opinion, probably slightly hurts the control matchups, but helps you a lot against combo, because especially the way the deck is built is we're gonna be slower than combo anyways. We want to be a prison deck against combo, and it hurts. It helps against tempo too, because in a lot of these Delver matchups you don't really have the time to glimpse, and I think that's actually why the Neto version tends to struggle against Delver because they try to set up the kill, but they never have the time, right? Yeah, Mesmeric Fiend is something for Fiend Artisan to do when opposition agent isn't relevant or Collector Oof isn't relevant. What comes to mind is something like Sneak and Show. Yeah, Grist is very insane. If you want to recoup some of those percentage points against control decks, for sure, Jacob. To be honest, this is what I play Saturday. I just linked the tweet. I went 5-0 and 10-1 in games. My only loss was dropping game two to Doomsday. Game one, notably, I won because I got a collector oof my opponent. Same thing against the TES player. I just got a collector oof my opponent there as well. And I think I want collector oof in the main. It's just like wins too many games randomly, and it's like the floor is a 2-2 bear, right? I think for what it's worth, okay, I'm not. I know this is a sore spot for some people. I don't think Glimpse is dead. Like I know that is the elephant in the room. Like is Glimpse of Nature like finished? I don't think so. I think in a control heavy meta game, you can play probably 2 to 3 copies even. I think the fourth copy is kinda not great, in my opinion. It never really was, but then there wasn't a suitable replacement with appropriate power level to replace it. So we just kind of live with that awkwardness, right? Because the power level is way higher. That's pretty funny. Uh, so I think the glimpse count in the going forward, I'd imagine, is anywhere from 0 to 3, depending on your local meta game. I don't love the four. I just think Phenom is just too good not to play. Like it works with the rest of the deck and high power level too, right? Possibly answer key gaming. So the other reason why is like, especially if I mean, this is like jumping ahead, obviously. If this deck becomes tier 0 or something like that, strictly sorcery speed active. Usually, I found if you untap with Artisan, and this has been the case for the last 3 streams, the game. Excuse me. Excuse me. Usually the game is over. Yeah, if you're having a hard time with control, the second grist will help. But for what it's worth, against the Miracles player that I linked in the tweet, excuse me, I was able to cobble together the Elvish Visionary plus Wirewood. Um, because what happens is if you have the mana, you can tutor for Wirewood, untap the Artisan, and then tutor for Visionary, and then get that going if they answer the Grizz. Um, I do think the control matchups are probably, if I were to guess, because without Glimpse of Nature, a little bit harder. But I think Glimpse is not even great because of Narset in that matchup. Also, against these 8 plow decks, 4 plows, 4 prismatic ending, I don't think Glimpse is live until way later too, for what it's worth. Unless they just don't have the remover early, right? Like if they go plow your first 3 creatures, I don't think Glimpse is great because you're not gonna have the mana, right? I'd rather have a Fiend Artisan in that case because you go like dork, 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 they plow, 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 and then you untap with an Artisan, and then suddenly they're out of removal, right? That's the idea. You go from 12 to 16 must answer threats. Obviously, the 12 I'm talking about are 4 Reclaimer, 4 Shepherd, and 4 Wirewood. Um, and now the 13 to 16 is Fiend Artisan. Cutting glimpse makes us less soft to daze control too. Yeah. So like, I think where losing glimpse hurts also besides maybe some of these potentially these grinder matches, but again it depends on the hand, right? Hey Mike, how's it going? I think it matters against something like maybe the mirror or like some of these like racing conditions, maybe against like green white depths, where maybe sometimes you're on the play, you go turn 1 Green Sun Zenith, and you have like a fast glimpse, right? I can see it being like relevant there, but I do think glimpse, for what it's worth, lines up poorly right now against the metagame, which is um, Delver and Moonstompy are the other two decks in the top three alongside Elves. And I think Glimpse doesn't line up. It definitely doesn't line up well against Moonstompy. That's I don't think anybody would dispute that. And against Delver, I don't find it's great. Plague Engineer has never really been an issue for this build, but yes, it is better against it. You might just be making the slow transition from to Bat NO Spirits. Can be a must counter, which yeah. So Loomer 88, it is a must counter spell against Delver, but so is Fiend Artisan. I don't think they can realistically allow this to hit the board and untap with. But the other thing is like I found Glimpse against Delver to often be a liability if your Delver opponent is good, because what they will do is they will fight the battle up front and challenge your mana instead of trying to like counter your payoff. I think in most situations, if you get to that stage, you probably will win anyways. Hurts the dump hand the shepherd activation wins. It can. Yeah, it can hurt like when you have like a heritage druid and like a Gaia's cradle, and just like vomit your hand on turn. Excuse me, on turn two. The sideboard. I want to talk about the bullets real quick. The opposition agent I think is a powerhouse against a lot of these combo decks and green decks. Mesmeric Fiend I mentioned a little bit before as a option when you don't have the third mana to get agent, or it's just not a relevant matchup like show and tell. It turns all your Fiend Artisans into discard spells. Um, the Shriek Maul was an addition already to the deck, but actually lines up pretty well with Artisan in the late game. You can just tutor up a Shriek Maul and kill like a Murktide Regent or something. Obviously the endurance, he like can chain endurances, which is nice. Everything else is like pretty stock. I think I'll go ahead and just start a match. I jokingly messaged Dukes last night when after I 5-0'd, and I said, if you want to try Maverick, I got a list in mind that you might want to try. Jokingly saying this is like very close to Maverick now, right? I don't in general. Jacob like cards are just like bad on their own, right? Hey Santano, how's it going? No, you haven't missed anything yet. Strifle. I don't know. I have paired him into Strifle with two different decks. Either his 4C pile. I'm just gonna play it safe and get a basic just in case. I think here we lead with the Shepherd. Uh, yeah. Actually, I've been asked that question a good amount. I think that is possible because Bone Shredder is unique in that you don't have to lose a creature if you tutor a Grist to answer another creature, and it's less mana intensive than tutoring of a Shriek Maw. They took okay. I'm pretty sure Chase is on Reanimator. Unfortunately, we do not have the hand to beat Chase here on Reanimator now. But I have considered the Bone Shredder. I haven't lined up against Delver. Oh. Maybe not on Delver. Okay, never mind. They haven't showed any blue, but yikes, that hurts. You can only pawn out the Shredder on the if you have another activation live. Unfortunately, we drew the hoof, which is like pretty heinous, but so Chase just trying to keep us off mana here. I think I'm gonna fetch non-basic here. Is it a mutant stream without drawing your animal? Hey Eli, how's it going? Yeah, I don't know what it is. I keep drawing the hoof like. Sure. Keep in mind, I don't even run two anymore, or like two targets. I just run the one and just happen to draw it. The good thing here is Artisan. Unfortunately, we lost the Grizz, so we can't even tutor it. I think I'm just gonna tutor up another Artisan. For sure, Eli, for sure. See if he decays the Artisan here. Huh. Interesting. So there's like two lines, I guess, right? I can like Artisan. He got D's just to remember, I think. I can like Endurance like nuke his yard, or I can just like tutor up another Artisan here. D would be kind of scary. Hey, Jay Z, how's it going? In honor of Jay Z, I'm gonna remind everybody. I think I'm just gonna like, oops, commit here to the Artisan attacking, and then see what happens. So I get a little bit punished here because I didn't tutor up another Artisan, but I think that's fine. It's kind of weird that he didn't trophy. Maybe I should have just done that. It's kind of weird that he didn't trophy at first. I think here we can just like. Oh. Sometimes you don't have to reveal the hoof, right? Oh, that's fair, Eli. That is definitely fair. So for those who are curious, normally I would get Grist, but Grist was gone as well. I probably just get Artisan there. But I think chat probably knows that. I think we just keep. Yeah, he's on his force. I thought he was a reanimator. Like for those who don't know, Chase comes from combo backgrounds. Why do we want Caracas? Keep. Like he's not a Green Sun deck. I'm not like. Sure. Artisan is the nuts. That's correct. But then things change if people start playing like. There are deviants out there playing opposition agent. I don't know who would do such a thing, but yeah, he does. Eli, that is an accurate statement. I think here I want to actually fetch first, so I don't see it. Chase does have a GP top 8 to his name under Reanimator. I think we just take the Shepherd here and just curve out. We do, Jay Z. That was a joke. We do. What kind of monster? Uh oh. What kind of monster would Uh oh. They took the Visionary. What is going on? I feel like Chase might have like an opposition agent or something because why wouldn't he take the natural order? Iteration, alright. interesting. I think here I want to play towards a natural order, so I'm gonna bash. Definitely strange to me that did not take the natural order, which does scare me. That's true, Eli. Natural order. I mean, Griali's Cradle is what I need there. I think on this board state, I just bash and see what happens. Could have a flash creature, but I don't think I'm playing around that. Uh, what do I want to do here? I can Green Sun for one and see what he does. I feel like it's probably the Wirewood. The reason why I got Waterwood instead of something else is because I think I want to play around sweepers here too. Like I'm trying to think how can I slowly push damage while being a little bit safe because I feel like I'm a little bit ahead. He also knows about natural order, so yeah. So that's the thing, right? I feel like there could be an incoming natural order. I'm sorry, not a sweeper, but okay. So there, but he did, for what it's worth, kill the two creatures attacking. So um, don't think. Well, let me see. I think I bounce here. Let's see what happens. Um, don't think we need to do it. I think Chase kind of has no choice, right? Like I'm starting to bleed him out, and he's flooding a little bit too. I don't think I pick up anything here. I think I go for the kill. Yeah. It's kind of a nightmare to be honest for control decks, right? Like every threat is a must kill. I'll bring up the list again. I'm gonna use a restroom real quick and be back. Excluding Reclaimer, that is actually not a that's actually not a bad question, Levi. I think for what it's worth, the core of Reclaimer, Allosaur Shepherd, Visionary, and Wirewood is probably still too good not to cut. But yeah, that's a obviously this is the strongest creature in the deck, like by far. So I don't think regardless of how we build this, this is going away, because it also gets the strongest card in the deck. But I'll be right back. That's a valid question, Levi, though. But the deck is becoming more and more like Maverick, I guess, right? Can we please harvest some Delver players? I'll try my best. Try my best, Jay Z. Let's see. This is strat. Then Heritage would be the next logical cut. Um, it's funny you mentioned that, Eli. I actually thought when before the addition of Artisan that we would be cutting Heritage potentially next. But the thing is, like, the card we added is not really a it's not really it's a payoff, right? It's not a mana acceleration, and unfortunately, there has been no fire upgrade to Heritage Druid yet. Uh, Seems like Heritage Druid is the worst. I wonder if it's worth going on too. The thing about Heritage Druid is, especially when Glimpse was in the deck, it was kind of a necessary evil. It helps with the mana for what it's worth. Like against some of these grindy decks where you need to like dig up your library or whatever. It's good with Fiend Artisan. I don't think I would ever go down to low to zero. At most, I think one, which I'm not really sure about. In or base final move. Keep the highest one, cut the lowest ones like Visionary. That's fair, Jay Z for sure. It's funny too because if we want to dodge Plague Engineer, it's just like not unreasonable to play like Ignoble Hierarch, right? Because it does kind of the other thing though is like unfortunately we want so the reason why Birchlore Rangers and Heritage Druid work well with Reclaimer is because it allows us to slam Reclaimer turn one without losing speed, right? The thing is, I don't want to be priced into some of these situations where like I play turn one Ignoble Hierarch. I don't think Scooz is a legacy card, period, anymore. I don't want to play like Ignoble Hierarch and then my opponent goes end step Entomb and I'm just like I'm holding the Reclaimer in my hand. Like that feels really bad, I think. Obviously, it can still happen with Green Sun, but I actually like Birchlore and Heritage to minimize against that. Yeah, Heritage is. Think of it as this way: it's still the combo element in this deck. Yeah, School's got invalidated on multiple levels, right? Like it doesn't line up well against the two the threats of the premier deck in the format, which is Murktide Region and DRC, and it's just worse than Endurance. Keep. That's exactly what I'm looking for, actually, Mike. A fire version of Birch Lore slash Heritage, which like tap two, add two green. I think that would be the dream. Actually, make it a 1/2 as well, and maybe even give it reach. Right? If we're playing with fire cards, right? Or if you don't want to make it a 1/2, or actually, I definitely it should be a 1/2 because you don't want it to die to end the festivities. If you don't want to give it reach, then Sentinel is bad because it was not good with Glimpse of Nature. Maybe that's less of a concern now. Bad top deck though, but yeah, it does have reach for whatever that's worth. Zero. What about 0/4 reach that gets? Yeah, that would be pretty awesome. Oops. Shit. Oops. All right, I misclicked. Well, I think I probably just lost this game. I think my opponent is probably on Delver, and we just screwed this up. Maybe okay. If they kill us turn one here, I'm kind of happy, I guess. What did they pitch? Oh God, they're playing that deck. All right, didn't matter. Yeah, unfortunately. If I did that right, I might have won this game, but it's different. What the heck? It just happened. Our opponent didn't draw a mana. What the hell just happened? I don't know what's going on. Like we threw, but they somehow conceded. It must be a paid actor. Yeah, that's definitely a paid actor because we threw. I didn't. To be honest, like we. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, their hand must be all narcos. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, thank you for the follow, Zunolix. They did pack. No, they did not pack, Mike. All right, we'll take it. I mean, honestly, we did not do anything. Like, I even misplayed. Like, I played the wrong land by accident. Their hand must just be like all like, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It must be, yeah. What a strange, strange game. Okay, how do I board against this? I did recently update. I recently did update the sideboard. I was ready to concede, which is pretty funny. All right, here. Oops, all spells. I cut two Allosaurus Shepherds because they don't do anything. I think this matchup is very, very bad. But we'll see how it goes. I can't keep that. So I'm glad my buddy Jay Z is here. We despise look at the cards. Yeah, I think we have the mulligan here. Maybe we hit the ley line. That doesn't work either. Sure. Oops, I should have kept that. There's merit to be made to keep the Birch Lord as a pitch, but I think I value hitting land drops. Like because the way I think Legacy works now is not only do you have to stop your opponent, you have to simultaneously craft a win too, which is I don't think that's happening if I don't hit lands. I don't believe bringing in Seas is the best against us, or keeping it in, I should say. That's easy. I think they're supposed to bring in Leyline and Sanctity and keep in path and negation. I don't think our opponent knows the matchup. Okay. People wonder why I think Reclaimer is the best creature in the deck. It's because it single-handedly wins games, right? One card kill. That is a decent point, Eli. Didn't think about that, but that is a decent point. The only reason why I cut Shepherd is because I need the mana, right? But that's a valid point, Eli, about the keeping Shepherd to stop hack. The problem is what else do I cut, right? Like I already cut all parts of the OG Best Friends package, which is Visionary plus Warwood. Um, I don't think we can. I mean, maybe we can cut Heritage. I guess it's not great. Also, for what it's worth, usually if they keep a pack hand, they're killing turn one, so Shepherd doesn't do anything. I hope we get a farm Delver since Jay Z is here. So far, we have farmed a mid-range deck, which I think is like a very good matchup, even without Glimpse of Nature. I think here we fetch first the Thin. Uh, Important to fetch Windswept because in case they think we're on green-white depths. Uh, I'll touch that in 1 second, Eli. Eli, that is a. I think that's a misnomer that people are not aware of. So the L count is more or less the same. That's probably reasonable, Eli. Looks like they're on goblins. I don't think you need natural against the matchup. Your shepherds and load, see if you. I think natural order is very very important. The reason being is I think here we're just gonna like go for the cheese play. Yeah, I think we go for the cheese play here. Looks like it's working. Oh man, come on. My guess is without glimpse of nature, it's probably a little bit harder, but I could be wrong. Yeah, like goblins really needs Aether out because otherwise the goblin player cannot constrict the elf mana, right? All right, they're gonna hit the predictably the collective. Sure. Wonder what this two is gonna be on. No, I want to get Cradle, Eli, and like potentially just kill the next turn. Especially if we top like a fetch. Uh oh. It's actually quite annoying that they had that kind of start. Oops. I think we'll play our Tarmogoyfs and see where this goes. Another Wasteland here would be bad for us, but I mean, there's nothing we can do. Jesus Christ. Notably, if these were glimpses, they'd be a lot worse, right? Because I thought about it. I think you're right, Levi. I think we probably hold it up just to play around, but if we get, yeah, I think there is some merit to that. They could just hold up Wasteland too, which would be annoying for us. Good one. Answer key gaming. That's actually really good. My logic there was to use one Wasteland already, and I wanted to put more like big creatures on the board so I can natural order. Opponent needs a land to win here. To win? I guess yeah, mage. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't reveal, but yeah, cool. I think we had them on the crackback. There's a lot of damage that we're gonna. 9. That's actually annoying. For sure, Levi. Let's see. 9. Definitely blocked that. Well, we definitely blocked this, and that would be 11. I think we're priced into blocking the ringleader. As annoying as that is. We lose with the pass play, so yeah, I think we have to block the ringleader. We don't have a kill, unfortunately. Uh, if they have a land drop, they win. Yeah, we did, unfortunately. This is just really bad. I think we have to pass and just like, hey G Dyer, how's it going? I think Levi brings up a good point though, like in terms of like Glimpse just not being very flexible. We need them to just whiff here. Nope, and they didn't. So I was setting up for another. Okay, so the thing Levi's mentioning is like you get another you get a rampant growth, but I wanted to be able to utilize the mana, right? Like I wanted to be able to utilize the mana to cast natural the following turn, which is why I played the artisan. Otherwise, I needed to tap the arbor. and it can't attack. But that left myself exposed to a second wasteland. Yeah, I think this is more unlucky than anything else, right? Notably here though, the glimpse would have been worse. Like no, at least we have a 4/4 blocker. If it was glimpse, it'd be worse here. Artisan for Arbor sacking Shepherd. It's possible. I would have to think about that. We would still, I think, be short, but I think it's the same, right? Like you're trading the Shepherd because the Heritage gives us 3 mana here. I mean, they got us with a kill. They recognize it. It looks like they do. All right, I'll concede. Yeah, I have been holding off on Engineer because I was like, hopefully we can just beat these decks without Engineer, but maybe it's just too good not to play out of the sideboard. I think we want the Agent. I think we want the Progenitus. I think we want the Crop. I don't love these. Let me see how I board. The Caracas is like interesting against the Poshlik Mons for what it's worth. And it's another land. I think this is how I board. Yeah, budget reasons. I don't know. I have a Hovel in my EDH deck. Not the best, but I think we just keep. I think the mirror is kind of overstated. I've seen some exaggerated claims that the Nettle version is significantly favored against our version. I think one, my win rate is actually positive against that version. Granted, maybe it's skill level or whatnot. The other thing is, I found the matchup to be largely kind of dependent on how you draw, and namely whoever has turn 3 natural order historically will win. And I think here we go. In case they have pyrokinesis, I think we lead with the symbiote here, and then there is some merit. They could try to just glimp. Let me see. They could just like try to port us every turn, which would be annoying. I wonder if they would do that. Let's do that and see what they do. I think the Nettle build is not very good. Not like outside of Fluffy 21, there has not been any results with that list, despite more pilots for what it's worth. Paper or especially on paper, but also on Moto. Sure. I think we're just gonna take the ramp here when they tap out. We get blown out here by pyrokinesis, but if they have it, they have it. All right, they have the Fury. I think that's something we live with. We have the Arbor in the hand. It's a 3 for 2, I guess. Actually, I think I like this line better. Make the Reclaimer a big boy, and then play the Heritage Druid. Hey Star Fox, how's it going? I just think in today's legacy format, you either have to kill somebody on turn one and just like ignore completely what they're doing, like oops all spells or reanimator, or you have to do the opposite, right? Be super resilient. And the Nettle build, I think, like is a bad Storm deck because you have all the vulnerabilities of having to go early, but then you're weak to creatures removal as well. We're just hoping to top deck Nash Warder here. A Fiend Artisan would not be bad either. Is there any point? I guess we can thin. It's like one reason. Yeah, yeah, I would agree with that, Eli. Hoping to fade Natural Order. It's the single most like dumb card, so to speak, in the deck. I think we play this and see what happens. That's why we decked in. They are flooding out swords, kind of too. All right, that's good. I'm gonna fetch and then fetch again, right? They can't attack us here. Since we have Eli here, do you think the Caracas is worth it just to like potentially deal with the Pashalik bonds? My guess is probably, but I don't know for sure. I think here. All right, might not be okay. That's fair. I just figured it's another land drop too, in a nutshell. Sure. I think we just play to the board here and then just play that, get a Boseiju and pass. Both sides kind of flooding out here, so whoever top decks better. Yeah, especially since our land count is high already, for sure. Eli. We did get Manitou game one, so I was a little bit, paranoid about that. So here, important to keep how many fetchables left. I believe it's none. So I'm gonna have to rotate this for. So the question here is, do I get a Boseiju or do I get probably just get a Boseiju? Oh, that's a pretty good draw. So they could trade 4 for 1 if they really wanted to. I think I'm gonna bash here and see what they do. And then I'm gonna keep the Boseiju in hand. The oof here could be relevant now. And we are, on average now, drawing better than they are. We have a lot of live top decks, but then we just gotta see, right? They went at 5. Interesting. It could be, yeah. Secluded courtyard. Okay, yeah, definitely budget reasons. They're gonna port us, presumably. I'm trying to think whether I want to, like... I guess I can, like, deck thin here. Because I don't want to draw it anyways. I'll just pass. Well, actually, what I should have done was... I should... Yeah, do this. I think it's budget reasons, XJ Clown. That they're on brand at least, yeah. It's a fair point. Let me just pass. The good thing is we can start just running our elves in pretty soon because they're gonna port us presumably, and we're just gonna create 5/5s and 7/7s. Obviously, they have a few chump blocks, but okay, that's more chump blocks, I guess. All right, the thinning finally paying off, right? Like, I think here we're just gonna pump everybody, and then we're just gonna natural order. Like, oops, almost did that wrong. Well, that is one of the strengths of this deck. I don't think it matters. Like, there's full knowledge on both sides. All right. It definitely was, Eli. I think both sides were flooding out, and then Reclaimer kind of like skewed the percentages a little bit in our behalf because we got to thin like 3 lands out, wherever it was. Um, Definitely a strange game though, with lots of flooding on both sides. I don't think I changed anything. I don't love Endurance in this matchup. It's like a beefy body, but doesn't really help us win per se. They typed GG, so I'll just type that back, I guess. I think I'll just run it back. I don't actually love Shepherd. It happened to be okay there, but I don't. I think 2 is probably okay quantity. Like, it's not really a card I want to see in this matchup. My God. I feel like I have to keep, but it's not great. Like, the Visionary can draw another land, and they've had Vile every turn. Thank you for the follow. Hey, how's it going, Billy? The other thing Caracas does is if this Reclaimer survives, then this becomes a cradle, so it's all good in the hood, right? Thank you for the follow, Billy. So, oh, alright. That's actually kind of annoying. Speaking of which. Alright, I feel like we want to hold the cradle for the turn we combo. If they want to waste, I think the Caracas is probably fine, I think. Sure. I'm not gonna attack because of the. It could be a lackey coming out the vial. Obviously, they pyrokinesis us here. It's like kind of bad. Do not do it. I think if we untap with everything intact, we're probably okay. It just doesn't make any sense to waste there, right? You could just do it later, but I don't know. So they might just force the issue here. Yeah, and I think we have no choice but to block. I've seen people not block, and I just do not agree with that. I think we just ramp. The game plan here is to like force our way into a natural, into a progenitus. Another wasteland, alright. They can like really set us back to the Stone Age here with wasteland into matron into expert. If they have that. That's relief. I'm not gonna block. I think I run this out. It's a 4/4, and then I'll pass. Yeah, these are Goyfs now, and for anybody who knows, goblins have had issues with Goyf fogging the ground in the past. I know because I've been on the other side of it. What are the odds you have a third wasteland? Ringleader, okay. Sting Scourger, Matron, Damn, it hit 3. Okay. What the heck? A third wasteland? Oh my god. I just take, I guess. Let's see. We could shut off their mana here. What are they? Matron, Sling Gang, Sling. Yeah, I think I like that. What? There's no. I don't. I'm bounding. I'm banking on the fact that they don't have a fourth wasteland. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna lock up their mana because they're locking up mine. days. That attack, I wonder if that means it could be Earwig Squad. I think we block just in case. We want to. Drawing is not the end of the world, anyways. Munitions expert, sure. Alright, we are now short mana because we bounced, but I think it's probably the correct play. We'll see. I think the mistake I might have done was maybe we don't respect the Earwig Squad because it set us back a mana and maybe we could have cast the. It's possible we could have cast the natural order already for Progenitus. I don't think we bounce anything here now. I think you're dead if you don't block. I think we're short damage, unfortunately. Yeah, I think we lost. The thing set us back too much. I cannot believe they had triple wasteland. Like, one thing we could have done was well, don't think it mattered. I think we're dead. The third wasteland there was just killer, but what can you do? Thanks, I appreciate that agonized coma. All right, we're dead. I think I probably overthought it. With regards to blocking that one turn, it meant that my progenitus, I couldn't get progenitus earlier. But I think with that board state, I probably still lose. Eli would probably have a better idea than anybody else there. I think if I got a progenitus, I feel like that board state, the goblin player can probably outrace the progenitus still. Okay, so Eli kind of makes me feel better, right? Like, my guess there is like because I've lost to Eli actually in the same situation. I don't think Progenitus gets there too because usually on these go wide board strategies, Progenitus against goblins with Sling Gang, it's like kind of dicey. I think we really lost to the third wasteland that we like definitely did not expect them to have. It's not great, but I think I'm gonna keep. Um, I don't think so. I felt like they had enough to stomach all of that, Mike. We were like pretty like we were like the third wasteland was just backbreaking. I think. All right. I think here we just like vomit our hand, right? The good thing about not having glimpse is it simplifies the play patterns. Um, I think we just want to play everything. Like you don't have to worry about keeping cards in hand anymore, right? That's fair, Mike. Like I was just thinking about the kill, right? Like, and I don't think I play. I'm not supposed to play around Earwig Squad there. It's like I'll chalk that up to a misplay on our behalf. Um, this is a little bit awkward. I think I just pass in case they play a discard spell. Uh, I think the older version has tension too. It's just like they have I would call like weaker individual creatures. Right? They just like throw out. Kind of. So I'm glad I held up mana there to play the endurance. Right. Stoneforge. Sure. Cauldron. All right. The tension has always been there with Glimpse of Nature and the rest of the deck. It's just that it was just too strong not to play. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's like fair assessment. Although to be fair, Natural Order was never part of the extended version, but I think your point is valid. I think here I want to do it this way. I don't think it matters, but okay, yeah, I think that's better. Hello. That's true. That's true. It's like the I think Eli's point is natural order is just the cherry on top once you have a few creatures in board, right? Your storm count's high enough. I think that's what Eli's getting at, which is like pretty accurate, right? Ponder maybe. Or very efficient lava axe, right? Is natural order. Or triple lava axe, really. They're missing land drops. That last card most certainly is gotta be foul, but we'll see. There's no universe where we don't jam. I think. One, two, three, four. I think we just slam and see what they do. Yep. They never didn't have it. As a combo player, you're not waiting turns, right? Like there's a line, very very efficient lava action, right? All right. They're like on a slower deck. Collective could be relevant in case they run GTA out of the side or something. So I'll keep that in. I don't love endurance in this kind of matchup or bog. Like they have Snapcaster, but it's like weird for us to play around the Snapcaster. Agent. Let me see how many cuts I have. I don't love Agent, but it could be okay. I actually think Seize is probably better to take their sweepers and just like not. Well, yeah, Agent is pretty nice. Let's see how many cuts do we have here. I can see cutting one Birch Thorn and just playing Agent and seeing how that works. Where is Agent? We'll try it. This is the for science. What did we lose to against Goblins in game two? I don't even remember. I feel like they had the nuts against, but I could be wrong. Oh, this is a mole. I think the weakest hand here, card here is probably the Bursal Rangers. Oh, okay. Thanks for the reminder, Eli. That sounds right. Yeah. The magic gods giveth and they taketh, right? Obviously, we should have lost to that oops player, but they gave us one there. Uh, the goblins player, I think, like they did what they needed to do. So hats off to them. Like they, as far as I can tell, knew the matchup. Plague engineer. Do we care? Like their hand is like real bad. If we take the brainstorm, uh, do we actually care about the plague engineer? I feel like we do, just in case. Their brainstorm could just be bad too, for what it's worth. Delta. That's an insane draw, by the way. Yeah, I think our opponent played that pretty well. I think ignoring the budget constraints, obviously. Hey, you, how's it going? Sure. That's kind of annoying, but alright. Did not expect that, but I don't think that's that big a problem. Obviously, we would want this grist to resolve. I tried reclaiming Yorion Zenith again last week, but one life short of 50 in the first league. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Yuhua. Like, what does Reclaimer have to do with life? Unless I'm missing something. Oh, five. Oh, okay, sure, sure, sure. Okay, that makes more sense. Was it a one of Yihua? I'm assuming just one of, right? Like, Reclaimer is life. Uh, my personal opinion, okay. So four is good. I think Reclaimer is the type of card that you kind of have to build around. Like, you have to have like a broken land ideally, and then like whether that be a saga or something, or cradle or cloud post, or anything in lands. Kawato. So I feel like there could be maybe a flash creature coming out like right here. Uh, maybe like a snapcaster or something, but we'll see. All right, we're gonna bash and see what happens. Sure, Tabernacle. To be fair, unless you play Wasteland as well. Oh shoot, what happened? Oh, I clicked through that. All right, that is not good for us. So I think I might have just thrown right now by not paying attention, but that's okay. It maybe doesn't even matter. We'll see. Maybe it doesn't even matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. We definitely like should be way ahead right now, but we like time walked ourselves because I like misclicked or wasn't paying attention. Our opponent is playing like they just 0 for 1 themselves 2 times with the Ashiok though, for whatever that's worth. So I think here, let's see what happens. Maybe we're gonna plus and then Fiend Artisan and then see if they can stop whatever we're doing. Interesting that they did that on upkeep, but all right. So yeah, we like cost ourselves there by no, it's a nightmare. High star. By not playing the Artisan on time. Because they drew the swords, presumably, right? Or unless they held it, because there's no point in swords in the Visionary. Maybe it doesn't matter. We'll see. That's a hell of a card. I just think Glimpse is kind of. Oh man, everything's off by turn. Uh, it's been brought up to me by multiple people, Eli. The reason why I'm not playing Brain Maggot is because, yeah, it's worse against Baseju in the mirror specifically. So, but yeah, the issue is Baseju. What did they get? They got a Cauldra? I guess we can minus here and then see what happens. And target the Stoneforge. Cancel. I'm gonna play this out here. Actually, I forgot. I think there's only one land left. So I might have screwed myself. Especially since I draw the cradle. Yikes. Don't think it matters in the grand scheme of it. Could. We just have to fade a turn and then all our mistakes here. Or the one big mistake is not punished. It's been cascading a little bit already. Notably, we can't agent them here because... Okay, maybe they just slam a Cauldra. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like that's what's happening. I think we're okay with that. They tap out. I think we kill them on the crackback. I think the game is over now. We just ignore that. Yeah, we don't care. We only have one fetchable left, so I will sometimes forget, and then that is not a mistake you want to make when there's like anything with remote stakes involved. All right, we can have them here. All right, so 3-1. I think I'm pretty happy so far. The 3 wins were pretty, I would say, not lopsided, but convincing. Notably, the chase scoop too early here. Maybe that game goes a little bit longer, but I think we're ahead. Obviously, very lucky to beat Oops. I don't think that's a good matchup. Like that's like one of the decks I would rather not see. Rite of Flame decks are up there too. Pretty much any combo deck that is not unaffected by endurance are decks I don't really want to play against. Sneak and Show is like okay because you have Reclaimer and they're a little bit slower. But Rite of Flame decks tend to be like turn 1, turn 2 decks. And we have 3 to 4 endurance that don't do anything. That Maverick Joe. The irony of that. Given that we're playing close to Maverick here, right? What's with all these one land hands? I feel like we keep it because the curve is low. Again, this is like, if this was a glimpse, the hand's like pretty bad, right? I think we're gonna go turn one Reclaimer. Hopefully, within our top two top decks, we draw a land. Okay, they're on brand. I guess they are playing Maverick. Thank you for the follow, Knights of Winds. They are on brand. Not a land. Alright, that's not good. A lot of Rite of Flame and Oops aren't good versus Leyline. Maybe a final iteration has more. Possible. I would again like this, we're only literally what 5 days or so in with this deck or this new updated list. Because I think the first day I played more than one copy was like Tuesday, so like against more or less 5 days, right? And Tuesday was 3 copies. Attacking with the Nova Heart is very aggressive. I'll give them that. We got to draw land here though. Yes, thank you. I think here we lead with the Heritage because if they swords in response, we want them to swords the Heritage, not the Burst Lord. And the reason why I'm not slamming Artisan is because I want them to blow all the removal first, right? Before them slap. Because if they have a removal spell, they're gonna cheat us on mana, right? We paid 2 mana, they paid only 1. Hey, Knights of Wind, good games all around, for sure. Appreciate the kind words there. So there are 4 mana. I wonder if that means Leo. They're on a what looks like pretty stock green-white build, for what it's worth. Again, right? Like, well, here actually, Glimpse of Nature will be okay now. So, but we're a little bit tied up on mana, but it would be actually not the worst. Would have fetched by if they had Leo in their deck, to be frank. That's fair, Eli. That is fair. So there's Knight. And we're a little bit rewarded for not playing just running out the Artisan, right? So if this was a Glimpse of Nature right now, we'd probably just play the Visionary still and just like hope for another turn. Ooh, that's like really good. Thank you for the follow, JAF06. I think it's too good not to play here. They can waste it, but I think the tempo boost here is just too good not to play. And then now, I think we just run everything out, like quite frankly. Alright, and then pass. This Artisan, presumably, if unchecked, will take over the game. Well, we'll see. Ghost Quarter, okay, that's kind of scary. Definitely was not expecting that. I remember one time I played against some Maverick player. I don't remember what their username was, but they got us with a main deck, Zealous Persecution, and our board is a little bit soft to that, right? Oh my god. Why are they playing that main? I guess. Yikes. I did not know they played this card, but I guess they do. Okay, cancel. What do we want here? I feel like it's actually what lets us rebuild the quickest is saving the Heritage Druid. As painful as it sounds. You're gonna hit us. Okay, so this 2 for 3 or whatever it is. Why are they not ghost quartering? Maybe they do an upkeep. That's like really bad in my opinion because like if I have Once Upon a Time, they get punished. The one card. All right. Our artists are doing an item pressure. That's for sure. I'm gonna bash right now, and then I'm gonna lock out their lands in case they have like Ramanat or something strange. They can waste us if they want, but no glimpses. I want to ride this out until I find problems with the list, right? And I just don't think like I've noticed a few times glimpse would have been kind of awkward already, right? Thalia, sure. I don't think we care. So I think here, do we want to bounce? Probably not. I would imagine. Okay, we draw a 1-drop elf. Not a 1-drop, but it's like, do we care about the knight? We're short a mana of what I want to do, which is like tutor up another 1-drop, but can't have everything. Yeah, let's do that. Jesus. I think we play this in plus. Oof, I wanted to draw that, but actually that was a mistake. I should do this. This is kind of free ramp, right? That's kind of a cool line, actually. Maybe they get Cradle? I don't know. Yeah, that would make sense. The irony of this board state is quite funny. They have the Cradle, and we have the very maverick, what's it called, hand on our board on our side. They should pop their Horizon, in my opinion, right now. Like, I think the Grist is about to take over the game if they don't do something. I think they really, really needed to do something there. I'm gonna bounce. Another artisan. Do we care? I'm gonna check our draws first. Um, I don't even think we care about any of these, right? Like, I'm just gonna plus again. I think we want to keep the Beseju just in case. Do we win if we get a Reclaimer with Artisan and then kill Knight over 2 turns? Kill and then kill Knight over 2 turns. What do you mean? Like Reclaimer? Like for I see what you're saying. They have to like. It's possible. I think what you're saying. Yeah. Maybe I'm just playing my food here, but I was just like gonna grind them out here, but maybe it's not even necessary. Visionary. I think we just. What are we afraid of here? I guess a big artisan we can play. It does, but that's over 2 turns. I think we can actually kill them regardless here, Mike, because we actually have heritage mana already. So we have 5, 6. Yeah, we have a ton of mana, and I think we already have lethal. Instead of having, yeah, I think we can do everything here because of the heritage mana. I was thinking waste one of our lands, but I don't think that changes the calculus here. Because the magic number is 6 outside of heritage, and we have 6 on board right now lands plus the Besages, which is 7. So it'd have to be double wasteland here. I don't know who caught my stream the other day, but Artisan just took over the game against Moonstompy to the point where they challenged on 2, which is really funny to think about. Our opponent is in the tank, so trying to read from that, I think it's possible they have a green sun in hand and trying to think what they should tutor for. The other card of their hand, I'm not sure. So this could be the green sun play right here. Tap 4 mana. 5. Maybe questing beast. 3. Maybe that's Ramanat. I don't think it's an endurance. Interesting. Alright. Alright, so I think they're concerned about the artisan being too big, which is funny. Do they attack? I don't think we care. I'm gonna. Okay, so there is a chance I get punished if it's a hoof, right? Do I want to chance that? No, I don't think so. There's enough attackers already. Yeah, I think we just do this. Yeah, it is. Also, Glimpse is just like we had a few board states where like Glimpse is just not very good, right? It requires you to be a little bit even or ahead already, like where your opponent is not like breathing down your neck with removal, so to speak, right? But yeah, this is the line I had in mind when I didn't. Your line is like pretty good too, and I think Artisan backdooring for Cradle via Reclaimer is probably a line to keep in mind going forward. And I think I used it once so far, but it's definitely probably. That is a great question, Levi. I think it's definitely a mainstay in L's. The quantity, I don't know, because of course, like it can be a little bit hated out because of Cage and Opposition Agent. I definitely think Maverick probably needs to be playing this card. I think it's too good not to play, especially since they have a whole bunch of mana dorks too. I don't think it works in post because they don't have enough fodder to pitch. Because I was on Tony Barada's chat today or Twitch chat, we were just briefly discussing that lands obviously cannot play it unless you're sacrificing, I guess, like constructs or something. I don't know, but I think it is part of the Sylvan Syndicate in the same vein that Night of the Reliquary is, right? It's like on the periphery. All right, so I think we want the Progenitus. I think we want Caracas for God Teague. Opposition Agent seems pretty good here. Um, let's see. Do I board in Shriek Maw against them? It looks like I do. Also, Artisan for Maw. There is a decent chance that at least one of the Shriek Maws should maybe be a Bone Shredder for the reasons like John Ryan Hamilton brought up earlier. It's something that I've had in my back of my mind, but like I actually haven't like you know tested it yet because it hasn't like really come up. Obviously, drawing Bone Shredder against Delver is a lot worse because it's 3 mana versus 2. But it doesn't matter as much anymore given that we're no longer a Glimpse deck. And one of the things Levi brought up that was like pretty important. One of the things that I think is pretty important is now like there's so much like fewer deck constraints that we have I think now. It's a little bit slow. I think the only reason why Artisan works. This is like kind of awkward. Ugh. This is like a greedy keep if I do. Like, because the natural order is like pretty much priced. Okay, I think we're gonna mull. Of course, that thing is still there. Like, I think the way we beat Maverick is with Progenitus, so. And the oof is like almost like a mull already. Like, we don't know for sure they have Stoneforge Mystic. This is probably maybe even worse. Hey Lawrence, how's it going? Are you playing Dino Rider? It seems a good silver bullet for your tutor engine. I'm paying 4 still, Lawrence. So the deck list on Stream Decker is up to date. I can bring it up like after this game what the list looks like. I'm pretty much playing all the broken green cards, Lawrence, at this point, and just like none of the fluff, so to speak. The only fluff is like the Manadork elves like Bursal Rangers and Heritage Druid, but everything Dino Rider I think he's talking about is Allosaur Shepherd. But yeah, it's pretty much all of the broken green cards right now, and this has just been a revelation. Like ever since I discovered it, like a week ago or so. Sure. You could. It's the interesting thing will be if you have the mana, right? I think one of the reasons why this works currently, ooh, this is like awkward, is because of Guy's Cradle. Obviously, that's like a dub, but like, I think if there's another wasteland here, we may be in trouble. A swords here is kind of bad too. Have they missed with Artisan Sack Gas? Go get supply. Probably too slow. I think Caleb said he tried Artisan. Like we messaged each other like just the other day regarding Fiend Artisan and Elves, or Rock, whatever you want to call it, right? And he said he tried it in GAC, but he said it felt a little bit slow. But he also mentioned it makes sense it would be good in this deck because of Guy's Cradle. So I think we're a little bit punished now for this keep. Maybe we should have kept the first 7, but I didn't love opening with Progenitors. And the collective didn't seem great to me either. Alright, so they are just like ramping out. I'm wondering what's going on here. We need a land in the worst way possible here. That's good. I think we visionary here because we need to hit land drops. And there's a chance we just natural order next turn. So we'll see. What did you cut for the Artisan? I cut Glimpse of Nature, Dragon Dawn. The reason why I think the shell works also besides Guy's Cradle, I think there's 2 reasons. I think number 1, Guy's Cradle is like very important. I think number 2, you just have a bunch of 1/1s just laying around all the time and green fetch lands. So Artisan is always live. Yeah, right. It's like a virtual 6 and maybe even 5 already. Oh my god, alright. That wasteland is gonna be a nightmare potentially. We do have the answer for it, but like Jesus. Obviously, maybe it doesn't matter here if we just rip the land off the top, right? Land? Alright. In the best way possible, we hit a land. Um, is it greedy to cast this right now? Probably. So if they're holding up swords, they get punished. I think we'll just play it safe. Yeah, I think we just play it safe here and just do this. There's no need to mess around. We could, but the thing is, if they, the thing is, if they swords in response to the Shriekmaw on the stack, then we can't get our Progenitors. Like, let's just say I've had people like make strange plays where they don't swords, and the Cradle with the Shriekmaw evoke might tip them off. Right? Because if we evoke Shriekmaw there, they can swords our Birch Lord, and suddenly we only have 2 mana, and we can't natural order that turn. Like I think it's getting cute. And I really don't think they can beat a Progenitors, right? We just want to lock up the game and make sure there's like no counterplay. But yeah, one of the reasons why Maul has been incorporated is, I would say the third synergy, right, of Maul is like you can evoke it with a trigger on the stack and then cradle out the mana. But again, given that they have 2 white open potentially, I don't think I want to give them a chance to respond because I don't think they can beat Progenitors. Sure. Notably, do not block a questing beast. 6, sure. Yeah, yeah. I think we're given that we're ahead, we don't like mess around there. All right, we just bash. I think here. Do we even care about the questing beasts? I think maybe not. Like, I think we just take it just because we can. The library is like reasonable, I guess, Lawrence. I tend to not care about the library in most cases. That's fair, Levi. I think one thing though I will say about Snuff Out and even like what's the vehicle unlicensed hearse is they kind of share the one thing with Glimpse of Nature where in our deck they tend to be bad top decks. Yeah, I don't think there's an out. Like maybe I don't think they play Council's Judgment. Like maybe they source their own creature or something like something crazy like that. All right, I think we bash here and see what happens. What in the world? Okay. Why are they playing that in the first place? All right. Definitely was. Yeah, I got wrecked. I definitely was. I'm not playing around this card. Like I don't know why they're playing it, but Jesus. All right. Interesting. Yeah, you can never predict like out of these decks, right? Like what potential nonsense they're playing. I don't think I've ever played against that card in Legacy, but now it's pretty annoying. It's pretty annoying for sure. I guess I can just bash. It's like somewhat free. But I don't know anymore. Right? Like they have flash cards apparently. Okay. I do not enjoy these kind of matchups in any way possible. When it appears our opponent is playing Trade Binder. Hmm. All right, we lost. All right. Maybe we want to rethink how we want to do this. Like, I cannot believe they are playing Settle the Records. Like, it just seems. extremely dicey. I think we run it back to be honest, and just like ignore that that just happened. For sure, Lawrence. That's definitely fair. That is definitely fair. I feel like I'm gonna lose this game. This is the type of game match I feel like I would lose. Like to somebody's playing things I don't really, I guess, foreshadow is probably the right word. I think we fetch first to see if we can get a better hit off Once Upon a Time. I think we take the Visionary. I wonder if that's like the first time they've ever cast that card. Like it feels like something that they would try one time just to get somebody. Thank you, Eli. Take care. I feel like that's the type of thing they would try maybe like one time just to get somebody. All right. I think we do that. I think we played the Caracas because if they want to wasteland us, I would rather them wasteland that. Yeah, but even then, right? Like I feel like there's better options. Like I mean, presumably they have Garok Teague, but I don't know for sure. And I think Canonist is like probably better, right? Because there's like more matchups. One thing's for sure, I guess we're not safe anymore against that kind of card. All right, we can kind of go semi nuts right here. I think here we Green Sun for another Visionary, and then because that brings us back up to the mana needed. Ooh, Agent would have been nice, but I don't think we trade. Maybe they have a second mom or something. Yeah, I mean, like maybe the matchup's just so bad. Just like play these crazy cards otherwise. If you really want to target elves, I guess. Are they? All right. I think they're gonna leave like settle the wreckage up maybe now. Like who knows, right? Like they seem to be playing at flash speed now for some reason. Like this is not really the type of deck to do though. That my opinion, but they are going for it. Debatable whether we want to bounce the other visionary. I would lean no at the moment. Yeah, I think Gris is an incredible card. Oops, cancel. Here, notably, I don't think they're gonna do anything until we. I think we play the Bayou now, just in case, and then just like pass. They could have blasted them like randomly, like I don't know, like we saw that game one, right? I think we just hold everything up here and try to get them with opposition agent. We have instant speed interaction too. Yep, here we go. I think we just take the Savannah, right? And then I guess now we can pass. Actually, did I see their hand? I looked too quickly. Maybe I missed it. It definitely feels like. Is it? I thought like with agent you can see their hand, right? Oh, weird. This whole time I thought my opponent could see my hand. Well, that is good to know. This whole time, every time I thought my opponent has agent me. Uh, okay, interesting. All right. I did not like. I'm trying to think what. How am I playing around this right now? Oh! I know how to do this. I know how to do this. Well, the mom there is annoying. Undo, undo. I guess we can just check with Once Upon a Time right now. We hit anything relevant? We did not. I'm pretty sure they have Settle as well, and that's why they're playing the way that they are. Cancel. All right, how do I break through their Settle plan? I think we do it this way. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, Lawrence. I'm gonna green sun for Progenitus right now before I like. and then just like force their hand, right? Like they're just leaving this up. Like it's easy to play around. Like once you see it for the first time, and I'm just gonna pass. Emperor, sure. They have mother runes. Expect no merch. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to get like when you control opponent. All right. I guess we can just try to like dig for stuff. Oh, there's a hoof. I don't know why they're trying to be a blue deck. It's just kind of strange, but neither here nor there. Uh, yes and no. I think like our opponent is just not playing real cards, in my opinion. But yeah, I guess you could have a point. I'm trying to think like how do we lose this game here? I think we just pass now. Yeah, that's fair. We just like start getting lands. I mean, they have to do something about the progenitors now, right? They're attacking. So they do have it. We have to be careful about time though. I think we can just pitch that. Yeah, that's a good point, Levi. Exile. Sure. Who are they targeting here? Sure, nothing we can do about that. I think here we just hope for like 3 creatures and see what they do. Might have another settle. We plus again. Just pass. I mean, they're gonna time out now. Yeah, exactly. Sure. I think here we just run everybody in and see what they do. The Shriek Maw here is pretty nice. Take out the knight. Mom has to protect. Sure. I think here the Grist can just like force everything through now. Well, there's 5. Yeah. Oh, I guess I kill the noble hierarch here. And just like swing for alpha here. GG's. Mom giving knight protection from black. I think you're right, Lawrence. I did that too quickly, but yeah. I do agree, yeah, targeting the mom is probably correct. Because they have to respond, right? Like, alright. We went 4-1. The loss was to goblins and, like random settle the wreckage out of Maverick, but I think once you know about it, it's easier to play around. Here's the list. Yeah, see, I think you're supposed to see because I've been what's it called under a mind slaver lock and things like that before. So I would assume anytime you can control your opponent, you should be able to see their hand. But we didn't see their hand. I don't know why. I guess opposition agent is bugged on Moto. They should fix that because that's pretty relevant. Which is like pretty annoying. But yeah, here's the list, Lawrence. Essentially, I'm playing all of the broken green cards, right? Like Reclaimer, Waterwood, Visionary, Artisan now, Shepherd. I think the only ones that we aren't playing are like Mana Dorks, more or less. With Slaver. Interesting question, Lawrence. I would like to know that as well, actually. In case it's relevant. But yeah, it looks like the old lists from when I say old, I mean literally a week and a half ago. The only difference is I've now gone all in and replaced the Glimpse Teenagers with Fiend Artisans, which, in my opinion, has played a lot nicer. Um, yeah, unfortunately, uh, yeah, you can't do that on Moto, unfortunately. But yeah, you can just scoop in response. But yeah, I should we should complain about this because I think opposition agent, especially in our list, is like pretty relevant. Not being able to see our opponent's hand is a problem. All right, it's 9:45. Do I want to run it back? It's kind of late, I think. You get to see all in-game information during. I guess what I'll do is I'll fiending for more. Yeah, I could. We could do that. Maybe we'll. Let me take a quick 1 minute break, restroom break, and then I could run like maybe another 2 matches or something. I don't want to stay up too late tonight, but yeah, I'll be right back. All right, I am back. I guess we'll run it back, and then I'll play as much as I can before I get tired. I think the list felt pretty good. I didn't feel like I missed glimpse, for what it's worth. Some of these grindier like board stalls, I think Artisan probably still gets us there. So yeah, hopefully this opposition agent bug gets resolved because I think it's supposed to be pretty relevant. Actually, one thing that we could try is maybe the Bone Shredder, but I think it's probably fine. I think I would rather play Shriek Maw, all things considered, but we'll see. Bone Shredder, notably, one thing it can do against Green White Depths is target Knight of the Reliquary and then block for a turn. So what I mean by that is like unless they have two Sajiri Steep, they're gonna have to blow their Steep on the Knight of Reliquary, and then you chump block for a turn. Thank you for the follow, Caught 4. That is very ballsy to lead with a turn one Arbor. I guess maybe because they know what we're on, right? I would never do that in the dark. Well, I did that earlier this stream, but by accident, right? Against the Oops player. Like, I misclicked. Oh god, we're playing that deck. Oh, that's not good for us. Um, they have Smog, we're just like straight up dead. I feel like we need to just like vomit our hand right now and just like hope the Fiend Artisan gets there. Like we're tapped out. Like they smog us right now. They smog us. But I do think we have to take the apprentice off the board with Gris. Yeah, these A plus B combo decks can be a little bit tricky. I guess we can see what else they have. Veteran Explorer, of course. Because why not? I think our deck is like most susceptible to these kind of like A plus B combos because they're high variance and like sometimes we just like they have it right. Like what can you do? All right. I don't think we want Progenitus when we just die out of nowhere. I don't really care about Collective either or the Bog. Um, I think Agent's probably insane against them. So is Measuring Fiend and like Thoughtseize. I don't think we want the Leyline just for the Veteran Explorer. Probably not. Card rotation seems good. Uh, Shepherd probably not good because I think they're gonna probably board in some number of Plague Engineer, and I don't think they're a blue deck. I could see just going to 0. Like sometimes they just have it, right? Like especially they know what we're on. Ugh. Keep the cradle back. Jesus. Hmm. I feel like it's got to be Birch Lore. And we're gonna. It's our turn to run out the Arbor. I don't think they have removal, but maybe they do. Maybe we get screwed over. It's a mirror match. Do we care? Probably not. I think we can hold up Agent, and then Green Sun right now isn't lethal, but will be. So they have no off color, so I think we just go for the kill here. Yeah. These decks tend to be super finicky, right? Like sometimes they just have the A plus B, and sometimes that happens. What? I think here, I think about 5. Maybe they're just mulling for the combo. Awkwardly have our forest here in hand, but nothing we can do about that. Alright, that's quite obnoxious. can't even stop what they're doing. Um, I think we take the agent actually. Deed, I think we can beat. I think we take the agent. I'm not really afraid of Deed. Like I know how to play around it. They're gonna therapy us, probably miss, and then get us on the flash black. My guess is they name natural order, but you never know. Heritage Druid, sure. They probably name the Fiend Artisan next, if I were to guess. Possible they name Green Sun. Heritage seems like a not a great name. Hey Shay 920. Yeah, it runs a few. Runs a few. So they're gonna deed us here. I don't think it matters really. Alright. Ooh, they play their arbor, which is like awkward, right, for their deed. I think we play the artisan here 100%. And then we'll play fetch land, I think. You could argue opponent plays more of a rock deck than us. Yeah, that's probably true. Do the question here is do we pop? I think we don't. If this doesn't force them to pop, I don't know what will. Getting the Gris. I think Gris is. Well, maybe they pop right now. That doesn't make any sense. I think we force their hammer down Gris. I think they have no choice now. Otherwise, this will grind them out. Oh, they're gonna give us more value? That cannot be right. Alright, I'm gonna take what I can up front right now in case they wanna like pop it. I think we take a visionary here and like. Mm, I think we pop it again here and force their hand. Oh, they're still not popping it. Famous last words for our opponent. I think them not popping it, they're so far behind now. Gotta do it now, I think, right? Grief? Sure, I don't think we care. Probably take the green zone, I'd imagine. But our opponent has not taken, in my opinion, the best line possible. Um, I think here we should tick down. Glimpse would help right here, but I just don't think it matters because our opponent is playing not to lose. I just don't think it's good enough. So if I do that, that's 5. View sideboard. Progenitus is in the sideboard, unfortunately. I think we can maybe force our opponent to pop here. Yeah, no, I agree. We do. Even though we have like a million cards in hand, I do agree. tell me we're gonna get agent here. Creator hoof. Yeah, might as well. Just get in there. They'd probably take the artisan, I would imagine. Actually, Mesmeric Fiend would be not bad to board in here, but we don't have it. Actually, yeah, we don't have it. Just to like make sure we don't die out of nowhere. Yeah, it could be in this case. Could be. Um, Actually, cancel. I don't think there's any reason to play that one out, but we'll bash. My opponent's on a 1 turn clock now. We just have to hope they don't have the combo now. Alright, they're dead. I think it's a pretty sizable amount, Shade 920. I think it's sizably better against Delver and Moonstompy. Against any of these like decks where you don't have time and you're under pressure. Sure. Don't think it matters. Just like everybody, I guess. Alright, that's took longer than it need to. In the meantime, while we're waiting for the next match, here are my socials. If you guys are, you know, curious about more content from me, or happy with the content I produce. Hmm. Show and tell player. I think here we just put the second cradle back. Hmm. That's a good point, Mike Chalice. We have a turn 3 kill protected. Just gotta fade a turn. Uh oh. That's fine. Here we make our reclaimer bigger by doing it this way. Create a hoof. So if I don't know, that's like one of the games where Shepard's like pretty nice, right? Like you just don't care what they're doing. You can go fish as well. Thank you for the follow, by the way. All right. So I think here, Fiend is good. So is like discard. I don't love Agent against them. I think it's too slow. Crop rotation is nice potentially. Bog doesn't do anything. Actually, Oof doesn't do anything. So I think I like this. And for what it's worth, the list has felt pretty good, I think, so far, right? The one loss we had, I don't think anything could have been done about that. A pretty good hand here, too, right? We have the natural Caracas. We have turn 2 Fiend Artisan. Obviously, if they decide to randomly force on Once Upon a Time, we're in some trouble. But usually people don't. We have to take the land here, and Sneak and Show players have been trying to try to cheese games against us with Magus of the Moon type shenanigans. So I'm just gonna fetch a basic here. Uh oh. That is not good. Whew, that is not good. bad for us. Oh god. So we can balance the Gristle Brand if we die next turn. I don't think there's a point. We're dead. Um, I think this is like reasonable. Keep. We don't have many great hands, unfortunately. Um, like it's hard for us to beat Sneak Attack. We can beat Show and Tell like okay, but it is difficult for us to beat Sneak Attack. I think here we play the Reclaimer, and then get Caracas turn 2. I think going for a Fiend Artisan turn 2 and hoping to discard them on turn 3 is probably not getting there. Cancel. I'm gonna play the Cradle and try to ramp here. So they don't get incentivized to daze. There is some merit for playing the Artisan, but if they force it, then we're screwed. So I think we're priced into getting the Caracas here. Yeah, our opponent plays just like really strange sneak and showless. So here, so 3 to us, 1-2 thing. I think we can pitch. The evoke can actually cancel. And then we can pitch now. I feel like Caracas might. Well, it's safe, right? If they go for. I feel like the hand that they have. Yeah, I feel like we have to get the Arbor here. Like, can beat Caracas at this point. So sacking Bayou grow the elf? No, it would have been the same in this case. I think we try to get the Reclaimer back here. We took a calculated risk. Okay, that's good. We took a calculated risk. Ooh, that's actually really good now. I'm gonna seize first to see what they do. Wow, okay. I just don't have anything. Um, I think here. Done. Oh, okay. I'm just not sequencing the best here, but not sure it matters. We have lethal next turn, and they have to notably get Aurora, like on one of my things. Yeah, so it's just over here. I played a little bit sloppy there, but partially because we were already ahead. I think the correct thing there would have been, how do we lose from there? I think we we knew their hand was nothing, and then I think it was a I don't remember, it was the previous turn. Let me see. So they yeah, I think the line there is the setup for a win next turn, um, through whatever they may have drawn top deck, right? So I can see a scenario where we know about the Aurora, so I can see a scenario where we played a little bit defensively there because we have extra discard as well. Killer TCG. This is pretty good. Obviously, you don't want the bog in your hand, but the endurance is not great too. But I think I don't like to mow in general. We don't have any action, so I'm gonna leave with a reclaimer. I want to set up a guy's cradle. Essentially, this deck, you might as well call it like, you know how you call Cloud Post the deck Cloud Post. This is You might as well just call this deck 8 Cradles because the deck is really built around Cradle. You can win without it, obviously, but it's where the most of the power is from. I think here, like, I'm not gonna play around Sudden Edict. If they have it, they have it. I want to hold up for Wasteland. I think that's more likely. I am farming blue. I just beat show and tell in the last round. I don't know if you count that as blue or not. I am. So far in the night, I am 6-1. The loss was to goblins, our fellow tribal. I haven't run into Delver yet. Crazy enough. Crazy enough. Oh, why must you do such things? They played it under. I hate this. All right, sure. I think we tossed the bog. land. Possible we keep the bog just for a land, but I don't know. Why are we? It's always pox. I don't know what it is. Like we always pair into like some kind of pox deck. It's so annoying. The net deckers are in Baltimore, I guess. I always attract pox players. I don't know what it is like. Sure. Actually, I should. Oh, that was a mistake. I should have pitched the natural order and nuked their yard. Might cost me now. I'm just like mentally checked out already. Like when playing against these kind of decks. Yeah, I actually probably cost myself this game to be honest. Like by not nuking their yard because now they can Earl. I think in hindsight, I probably should have kept the bog. Like against this kind of deck, they love to destroy your lands. So I think that probably would have been correct. The other mistake, obviously, I mentioned already was I'm supposed to nuke my opponent's yard in response to the hymn, and I just like yeah. So they're gonna Euro here. I think we probably win if I didn't make either mistake, but I made both. I just like lost interest already, like in this game. Through this game because I didn't like pay attention with the endurance. Sometimes I like wonder why I play leagues, like when I pair against this kind of stuff. I think we just take. I think so, Sadra. I haven't played it tonight yet. I threw this game though, but it's neither here nor there. I think Visionary for chump blocks, and then just attack. We would win this game, I think, easily if I didn't throw earlier. I just like stopped really paying attention, and I didn't realize that they were a Euro deck too. Just assumed that they were on pox because of smallpox. Do we care? I think we probably should block now. Well, let me see. If they have a removal spell, yeah, I think we have to block here, just in case. Ooh, they can just make constructs. That's gonna be annoying. Karakas is pretty important. I'm surprised you didn't already have that Sagra, but I guess you haven't been playing too, so that's fair. Agent, yeah, only relevant for Artisan, or well, it's like playable without, but one of the reasons to play is because of Artisan. Maybe this is the last game. I think I'm just like over it with pairing into this nonsense. What? Did we just steal this game? Oh, they're at 9 though. Jeez. Thank you for fall ball so hard. we're gonna lose anyways, but yeah, I think I'm kind of over it. Agent might be okay in this matchup, but I don't know if we want it. Leyline notably not the worst. I think it's probably okay. Yeah. I'm just like we have a turn two Progenas if we want it. Might be worth it actually. Exploration, sure. Wasteland, alright. Maybe they low him here. We're all in on the Progenas now. Alright. Yeah, it was pretty nice. We like time walked them more or less. I like threw game one just because I lost interest. Like I could have hit their endurance and when they himmed and it just like didn't occur to me that Earl was in their yard, or at least I just clicked through it too quickly and then I lost a game that I probably should have won, or otherwise would have won. I like I don't know. One thing I need to improve on is like if I pair into a deck I don't think I'll ever really play against. I just like don't really have interest in playing it. They're like on a bug lands kind of list. They could technically, I guess, get Shadow Sphere maybe here. Like, that gains them 2 life, maybe? I don't know. Okay, I don't even have Shadow Sphere, but no blocks, I think. In case they try to edict us. Yeah. Actually, hold on. We might want this, given what we saw. Yeah, I think I'm gonna change how I board it based on what I saw. I think we want to just go underneath. Or over the top with Artisan, right? Leyline might be relevant too, now that I think about it. Sure, that's reasonable. Library is good. I think we want to save the Green Sun. It could be relevant. These kind of matchups, I think we just want natural order. They just cannot beat it. Like, I mean, I said that about the Settle the Breakage deck, but I think more true here. Also, in case we need a pitch because they want a loam here, like that's a thing too. Sure. They take the endurance, which is interesting. Maybe they have a loam, or they're gonna him us. Maybe. Oh my god. Just say what kind of deck? I'm guessing they have loam is why they took the endurance. I'm so irritated right now playing against this deck. Just mad that we lost game one because of my own misplay, or you know, sleeping essentially. They're gonna loam here, and then they're gonna waste us. What the heck just happened? Did I miss something? Where did the wasteland go? Unless I'm mistaken. That's really strange. Maybe this Fiend Artisan gets there because they've just eaten so much life, right? Actually, I think well, I was gonna say maybe the line was to feed for Green Sun for Fiend Artisan, but we're one man short. Which trigger are you talking about? This Fiend Artisan being a Goyf here is just randomly huge now. Bantu. What if they tap out here or like the Earl is actually really annoying right now. Man, they are. View sideboard. We unfortunately cannot get what I want, which is. Yeah, I think so. We're just one short. Like, I want to. We don't. Okay, let me see. They unfortunately gained life with this thing too, which is like pretty funny, but it is what it is. Yeah, I think we bash and then go ahead and get another artisan and just like make them have it. It would be funny if they lost. They killed our arbor, otherwise we would have endurance them, but It is, yeah. They're gonna Uro here. I don't know if it's enough. We have like 7 damages coming through here. They pass, it might be over. Sure. I don't think that matters. That's actually annoying. Jesus Christ. Play Shepherd, attack. I cannot play Shepherd Dragon Dawn. Okay, I think what Dragon Dawn is saying is they both die. He replays the Uro. Uh, I don't think I want him to escape Uro again. Is the thing, right? I think I can go ahead and just like and do that. I think we ignore it so they can't block. Yeah, I don't think we do anything. We're playing against a freaking.
Maybe they have a sweeper. I don't know. It kind of feels like they do, unfortunately. Oh, they did that to Earl themselves because we didn't block. But I don't think it matters now, right? Like they're gonna Earl back, gain 3 life. We're at 9. We have Exacxies. Like what could they possibly have now? Edict? Okay. I cannot believe it. Jesus Christ. They have to block now. I'm not gonna give this to him. I don't enjoy this kind of gameplay at all. Gamer champ. So obnoxious gameplay. You got to be kidding me. I needed a click through too quickly there. I needed to hit their thing on the stack alone, but I didn't. Oops. This is just probably one of the most annoyed games that I've had in a while. They GG'd me, aggro GG'd me too. Uh, I don't know if I want to play another game. And we threw game one too because we just like freak. And we threw it here because I'm like trying to click through and then of course. So irritated. Should have won, and they were slow playing. So irritated right now. Maybe they're on burn. I don't know. Actually, probably Moonstompy if I were to guess. Because of Mountain, yeah. They're probably on Moonstompy. We could get feared right now. That would be pretty bad. Sure. I think that's okay with us. Take that 2 for 2.
I think they fear it. I don't think we care. Like, they they have to kind of deal with the Fiend Artisan. I think they can go for the other three, but I don't think that's great because the fear just gets out of control. No, our opponent, I know they know what are on. That's probably the problem too, right? So they probably kept a hand that's like this player assaulted at me before, for what it's worth. Oh, can't even do it. Jesus Christ. I think this is what we want. Looks like they didn't board much because they were quick about it too. This is gonna be the last match regardless. I am not in the mood anymore. Endurance is actually quite good. They're probably thinking about whether to dead gone here. That's why they would stop on upkeep. That's not a bad draw. I think we bash. I think they have to respect this. I should have actually bashed with the Arbor too, in hindsight. If I was gonna do the Reclaimer line, regardless. Double Forest is pretty brutal. I mean, pretty necessary for Fiend Artisan. Sure. Yeah. See, I think they have no choice but to kill the Reclaimer, and then we just aggro them out with the Endurance. That's a good draw. Not in this game, no. They probably went all in on it, if I were to guess. Yeah, it's game over. They went a 5, which is good. I think they're going for a turn 1 lock piece, if I were to guess. On a 4, sure. Turn 1 3 ball, maybe? Sure. I think we have to take the Seiju and ramp. Possible we should have actually um, saved it so that we can hit the treasure tokens from that goblin, but hard to say. They got like 3 ball or something crazy, right? Natural order. Nope. Not quite yet. If they have they can't compliments. What am I saying? Okay. I think we're allowed to play like that because they Moto 4, right? Like we just put the pressure on. Um, that's probably the last match of the night for me. Not in the mood at the moment to play. But here's the deck list again. I do think the list is good. We threw in the previous round, but uh, we should have won game one and probably even game three. Like it was a little bit annoying to see what happened right now with the how that game three unfolded, but it is what it is. Um, more annoyed that even my opponent just like aggro GG'd me too as well. Like that's pretty irritating. Um, I'll go ahead and raid. Let's see. I'll go ahead and raid Young PZ 420. All right, thanks everybody for hanging out tonight. If you enjoyed my stream, please subscribe. Apologize that I'm have to cut the stream short. Not in the best mood at the moment, but I am human. Thank you.